Sound check. And also Rip Vulcan. Oh crap, my shirt is on upside down. Alright, barely making it in time here. Wardrobe malfunction. Good afternoon. Oh, that's not good. What do I do with... How do I...
Boys, look who it is!
Oh, I see. What if I... Aha. Okay, let's try that. Okay, first of all... Thank you, Wujek. Radazu. Welcome to Value 10. Or thank you for continuing your stay. Yada yada yada, yes, 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 thanks. That's your name. We're all good. Oh, is that working? Nope, that's not working. Disaster. Oh my gosh. Is it this button? Oh, that's still not working. Wait, why wouldn't that work? I don't understand. It should be right there. Test. There we go. That's how it should look. Okay, great. Alright, I have some good news. I have a pack. Let's open the pack. Sweet monies. Alright. So, first of all, glasses, yeah. A new ladder season is upon us. Pretty exciting stuff. So many valuable decks that I don't even know which one to play. And thus is the puzzle. Hey guys, you can keep your shame bells to the Vulcan tournament. No shame here, yo. Okay. Cards, cards, cards. Okay, well if I continue from the, I think as I'm climbing, I'll just keep doing the deck intros. So, let me get a rogue deck together here. Next up will be a Trump Teachings Rogu. Okay, what card did I forget here? Violet Teacher. Alright, so... first of all, thank you to Vane and Bro Numpse for subbing. We gotta clear the board though for another Trump Teachings of Oil Rogue. Wait, is this an old version? Why am I using this old version? What the? Wow, this is an old school version that I loaded up. Let's see. After this... Edwin, Thorsan. Ah, yes, it was decided that Thorsan was good enough. I was thinking, wait, when did I put back Thorsan? Anyways, antique. Okay. Get rid of that silly hunter deck over there. This time we've got a pretty tricky deck to play. Oil Rogue. This is a deck that I wouldn't say I'm entirely proficient with yet. It is fairly difficult. Worth mentioning, one of the pros of this deck is that it's rather cheap to get constructed together. The only two legendaries are Lotheb, which is from Naxxramas, and Bloodmage Thelnos. A lot of people often ask what a good replacement for Bloodmage Thelnos is, and a good replacement is any of the cards that I will rattle off as other alternatives for this deck. Some people first look at this deck and wonder, 2 sprint, is that really necessary? Seems like a lot. Turns out, yes, every single copy of Oil Rogue uses 2 sprint. So Oil Rogue, the concept of the deck is it uses really efficient removal, for example, Backstab, Deadly Poison, Eviscerate, in order to efficiently deal with minions on the board at a lower cost. It uses efficient minions like SI7 Agent for that same thing. You can get a lot of value with the chief spells in conjunction with Violet Teacher, in conjunction with Azure Drake, which is both a card to draw more cards and also affects so many of the spells in this deck. One of the most notable cards in this deck is, of course, the card which this deck is named after, the Tinker Sharpsword Oil, which not only immediately does 6 damage if you combo it and attack with something, but it sets up for Blade Flurry, which does a lot of area of effect damage and also to the opponent's face. Blade Flurry really good with the Deadly Poison and the Oil. Usually this deck will just try to control the board until late game it gets a minion on the board, and then it plays Oil, attacks for whatever, and then Blade Flurries, usually for the finish. Cards that can be in the deck as well include, but are limited to, there are actually quite a few cards, Shiv, Goblin Auto Barber, Earthen Ring Farseer, another copy of Antique Killbot, another Piloted Shredder, Sludge Belcher, even Dr. Boom sometimes makes an appearance in these. Let's get to the games. Oh. Hold on. Other cards that were seen every once in a while were also Edwin Von Cleef and Emperor Thorsan. It was decided that general consensus, Emperor Thorsan, even though it seems like a really good card, doesn't quite fit. The cards in this deck are already low cost enough, and you often don't have that many cards to reduce with the big Emperor. And Edwin Van Cleef is certainly an option. Turns out that the piloted Shredder kind of takes the Edwin Van Cleef spot as something that's more sturdy and consistent, but nothing wrong with an Edwin Van Cleef. Alright, here we go.
Valera versus Uther.
Also, in my brief teaching series where Mr. Yagut, a great rogue player, taught me, he was using a version with Assassin's Blade, which is also a card sometimes in this deck, with specifically the 2 Goblin Auto Barbers as well. So, game plan of this deck is rather simple. Efficiently remove the minion, step 1. Step 2, you draw a bunch of cards, usually with Azure Drake or Sprint. And step 3, you attack for a lot of damage with Oil, and then Blade Flurry, and you kill him. However, this is an aggressive matchup, so in this matchup, you're pretty much just trying to survive and what else is there to say here? You're pretty much going to try to survive. If you can survive, then you usually just outvalue them, I suppose would be the term. This type of deck is actually really scary because they can run you down quickly enough before you get anything going. Often with this deck, planning 1 turn ahead is required. Also, oftentimes you want to make sure that the knife is used really well. It is said that good management of this dagger is a key part of this deck. So I do want to combo this, so I'm going to just set up the dagger this turn, plan to Deadly Poison and SI7 Agent the next turn. Which is a little slow, and I'm taking a lot of damage, but maybe it's possible to stabilize if the opponent doesn't have too good a turn this turn. Alright, and that wasn't a great turn. SI7 Agent is one of your best friends against aggressive decks. Even better when you're going second, of course, and then a very strong opening turns out to be Coin SI7 or Backstab SI7.
Hey, lights out. Hey, lights out.
Usually good form with this deck to keep a 1 durability or 2 durability if possible dagger around, and the reason for that is you save it for Blade Flurry, which is bound to come up someday, like now.
Class.
One of the big strengths of this deck is the Violet Teacher, against aggressive decks especially. If you can control the board in any fashion, this thing, well, really against any deck, this thing gets so much value.
Reporting for duty.
It just continues to teach the students. Fan Knives is a great card against Paladin.
I am ready to learn.
Instruction begins.
One of the things that's a little bit unfortunate about oil is if you have it with the teacher will spawn a student first, and then the oil might land on the spawn student. Which means you sometimes miss lethal because of it. But that's not a reason not to run Violet Teacher, it's so strong.
Valera versus Jaina.
You asked for it. Watch your back.
Opening game mulligans generally are you're searching for the early game backstabs, stabby poisons. SI7 agents against decks that are likely aggressive. Only against specifically Warrior, you might want to think about keeping a card like Sprint. Preparation is generally kept as well. The Blood Mage Thalnos is one of those cards which is kind of utility card, which is why I generally don't recommend just replacing it with Loot Hoarder or with Cobalt Geomancer, because even though it seems like those two cards kind of fit in the theme, Blood Mage Thalnos is just a utility card which ends up filling a lot of roles. So anyways, against the aggressive deck, step 1 is just to stabilize, and step 2 is generally use your stabilized minions to kill the opponent. Trying to find something to combo the SI7 agent with. Looks like not yet. Can combo with preparation, but nothing good to prepare right now. It's important to look ahead a turn. In this case, I think I can attack because it seems like I'll have... No, I'm actually not going to. The reason not to attack is you often need to look ahead a turn and see whether or not you're going to spend the mana for that turn. And if the answer is yes, then you don't attack because it costs as precious 2 mana to equip a full knife. Preparation Sprint is a very common play with this deck. Take a moment to plan out your next turn, because it matters on whether or not this dagger is used. There's so many cards that I can't possibly imagine that I can actually spare the 2 mana from Dagger Mastery. So a big card that we're looking for is Deadly Poison in order to make the Blade Flurry very good. Currently there's no Deadly Poison to be found, so it's kind of a game of stalling until we find one. This is probably a mirror entity and is going to hurt a lot when it's triggered. The thing that it would hurt least on is either Anti-Killbot or SI7 agent.
So many options.
A very big problem currently.
Choose soon.
I'll choose to play the heal bot as a way to kind of survive and also give him not a great minion. The Loatheb is one of the cards that is going to just completely make you want to tear out your hair sometimes in a deck with so heavy a spell requirement.
This guy's toast.
So that is 12 damage. A fireball is going to be lethal for us. Fortunately, he doesn't have it. Scary Dr. Boom instead. Sometimes with this deck, you're going to have to imagine the best case scenario, especially when you have sprint and you're trying to top deck something. When you're staring down such a bad situation, you have to just think of the best case. And in this case, the best case would be something like Deadly Poison. And this is the only draw which would allow you to also play Blade Flurry and Deadly Poison. So that is not going to be good enough. Or will it? That will not be good enough.
I'm sorry. Well played.
Valera versus Jaina.
With this deck in the early game, you're looking for, against almost anything that isn't something you assume to be a control deck, like a warrior. You're just looking for the early game backstab, SI7 agent, Deadly Poison. With the coin, the SI7 agent is especially good. Preparation is also a great card to keep. Preparation Fana Knives can be a very big tempo swing. And against aggressive decks, it's all about keeping them in check with your tempo. Oh, that's a really good card for him to get. But thankfully, sometimes as a rogue, you have really good answers. Backstab SI7 agent is often one of the dreamiest ones.
Hey, lights out.
As that is likely a mirror entity. There's two main choices. One is to play the SI7 agent, but I think the battle cry is good. The plan is generally, my plan is going to be to try to combo the SI7 agent onto one of his minions and then trade the 3/3 into my own SI7 agent to break this.
Hey, lights out.
Mirror Entity. You kind of fall into a flow once you play enough Oil Rogue. Against aggression, it's a constant fight for survival, and you just hang in there until hopefully your draw kicks in like Sprint and Azure Drake. Huh. And this is troubling. So it is possible to Preparation Fan Flurry and clear the board, but that's a little too much. And unfortunately, the Mirror Entity handcuffs a bit. It might just be Preparation Fan SI7. Violet Teacher, Preparation Fan. Violet Teacher with Preparation is often very good, but giving the Tempo Mage, which has a lot of spells, the Violet Teacher, is not very fun. With the Blade Flurry, though, I suppose that'll be a
Pay attention, class.
reasonable
Pay attention, class.
Hey, lights out.
I am ready to learn.
play.
I am ready to learn.
Worth noting, now that I've played Violet Teacher and that I used to have a backstab, if you happen to have Violet Teacher, a very good play is often to avoid backstabbing, to see if you can make it to Violet Teacher and then backstab, so you can get a free 1-1. I would not have given the opponent a Violet Teacher if I hadn't had Blade Flurry in hand as a way to deal with a lot of small 1-1s easily.
Time runs out on me.
I am ready to learn.
Sapping this should work. It's one of the biggest cards that would be in that deck.
I am ready to learn.
This
And
guy's
perhaps more
toast.
important, it enables the combo.
Pay attention, class.
Yep.
Hey, lights out.
Instruction.
This deck often plays the role of control when you're up against an aggressive deck. It makes the assumption that in the late game it will be able to overpower the opponent due to efficient clears with Blade Flurry, due to card draw with Azure Drake and Sprint. When it comes down to the late game, usually it's best to be able to play all the cards that are relevant and then play a Sprint. Good old Lotheb, always there to block, a very annoying card. very important to not swing the knife, because the 2 mana it takes to make a knife is pretty difficult to come through in a deck that's always starved for mana. You have to look at your mana and see whether or not it's reasonable to spend 2 mana on a knife later. Face. Okay, another Violet Teacher. That'll be... ooh. Deckhand first, to possibly trigger the Mirror Entity. And then 4/0/4. This time it's Counterspell.
Pay attention, class.
Running the program. Hug.
Unless it's Duplicate. It's Counterspell.
Too soon.
All of these cards are currently a little too good to play in order to set up Counterspell. It's worth considering the Blade Flurry, though. In fact, that's fine. He's running low on cards, and I have a second copy of Blade Flurry. It does also summon a guy, which is a little-known interaction. The plan is to be able to preparation sprint the next turn, and then be able to play whatever extra. Would have been nice if the teacher had stuck around.
Here we go.
Near the end game, and this game has gone on pretty long for a game against an aggressive deck. This one's a little less aggressive because it's running a card like Flame Strike. Lethal can come out from pretty far away. The cards to always look for are Oil in conjunction with Blade Flurry. Can really do a surprising amount of damage. One more sprint will draw out most of the cards in the deck. That card is important enough to remove, and hold the Deadly Poisoned Weapon, because that will be able to do twice the amount of damage if Oil and Flurry go off on it. That's a 6 damage weapon, which if you just attack face with it, will deal 12 with Blade Flurry. So that's 12 right there, and plus 4 is 16. That Dr. Boom is going to be very difficult to deal with. I think in this case a sap is fine because it's approaching end the game. One important thing also when you're playing this deck is to have a good idea of what's remaining in your deck, because very often you'll go through quite a few of the cards and only have a few left. In this case I know that they're the weapon adjusting cards, so I can make a plan to attempt to win the game through setting up 2 charges of the knife and then just trying to survive for a few more turns. So the plan is to deadly poison, oil. If I get this weapon to 11 attack, then all I need to do in order to win is hit him with it once, and then Blade Flurry. 5, 8,
I'm out of cards.
1, 5, 8, 16. So I'm currently 1 off. That would be 8 and then 16. Deadly, oil. No, in this case, I have no minions left, so it's just oil, oil. Might as well toss the deadly poison on. Or 1 mana short of lethal.
I wonder.
It was important to attack him because he could do a Frostbolt on the face. He needs to Fire Blast the Boombot to have a chance. That would have been a really good play. Hope for the 4 or the 3 damage. No, the only the 4 would work. Oh! I just realized that we could still lose. In fact, this is going to be a tie. Well, that's the game. Alright. Unless I get really lucky. Oops. But that's how the general flow of the game is.
Valera versus Gul'dan.
Your soul shall be mine!
Watch your back.
As usual, fishing for the cheap cards. As always, gotta make the assumption that your opponent is playing the more aggressive type of deck when doing the mulligans. This one's gonna be an interesting one, since turn 2 tap means that he is either Handlock or Malagos. Or a bad zoo start. Okay. There's slight danger here because the opponent could power overwhelming this and kill that, and that would be pretty sad. I gave some consideration to passing and then play Valid Teacher the next turn to coin Deadly Poison and guarantee 2 students, but it's overall better to just play out your threats. A little tempting to play the second teacher. but instead I'll guarantee the student value now, I believe. Lock in the value here.
Instruction begins.
One damage is worth it on this fellow, since the opponent doesn't have anything that looks like you can deal 4 damage yet. It's often good to keep the weapon at 2 durability if possible, so that an attack and a blade flurry the same turn is possible. This is where slight regrets occur.
So many options.
Pay attention, class.
I shall do as you say to learn.
The light does not.
This hand is really clunky right now, with 2 sprints and just a assortment of cards, but maybe the Blade Flurry will carry the day. Maybe. Patience with the Blade Flurry is required.
Here we go. So many options. Choose soon.
There are pros and cons to killing the Kazan Mystic. One is that it actually removes something on the board, there's still something in the Blade Flurry. The con is that perhaps this is necessary in order to... I'm going to leave the weapon. It's overkilling the Kazan Mystic, and it's going to be possible to deal a lot more damage with Oil and Flurry if the charge is kept. Witness the power of Blade Flurry.
Here we go.
The light protects me.
Get in there and fight, maggot!
My shield for Argus!
3/7 damage. Probably don't die against whatever this deck has coming. Doomguard was also used. That's 8 damage, so the deck just needs to find a way to deal 4 damage through taunt, which can be tricky since I have almost nothing so far, but a sprint will hopefully find ways. Backstab will move things along nicely. Oftentimes in the end game, you're just counting up reverse damage, which is to say, look up how much damage you have and then look up how much you need. So keep a running count. It's 4 more to win here. At this point, it's all about the stalling and the attempted finish.
Here we go.
There's going to be 2 primary ways to win from here. One is to draw into the deckhand and then put an oil on it. That'll do a bunch of damage. The other is simply to hit him with 4 attack with this plus the oil and then eviscerate twice.
Get in there and fight, maggot.
The third way is to actually lethal with sapping this and then playing oil, eviscerate, eviscerate, as I've been told. Really easy to miss lethal, as you can see from the example. Anyways, this will do though. So always be on the lookout.
Ha, this guy's toast.
Here we go.
And keep that count going. That was to make sure that you were paying attention and that you were trying to count the lethal. Yes. Okay, and the 9th class that I haven't done yet is Warrior, and a Trump teachings on Patron Warrior should be hilarious. And not entirely too enlightening, but here it is. This is the latest version that I used. I finally put in Gromish. Seems alright. Thanks, Dakraker, Alistair, and Izzy for 7. But it's time for Trump Teaches Patron Warrior. I don't think I'm the most qualified to do this, but here it is. Alright, this one is a doozy. Considered widely to be one of the hardest decks to play right now. Patron Warrior is a deck that plays very differently from many other decks right now and has a lot of intricacies to it. There's no way that I can possibly fully teach Patron Warrior in just the few games that we're going to display here, but at least you can see the general idea of it. The patron lists themselves are quite varied, and part of the variance is preference, part of the variance is some people value playing against, some people value their matchup against aggro more and put in a second unstable ghoul, for example, or a second dread corsair, and some people value the matchup against control more and try to get that extra damage through with Gromish Hellscream. This is simply one of the many variants of Patron. Other cards that can be included and are often included include Commanding Shout, Loot Hoarder, Second Unstable Ghoul, Second Dread Corsair. You see some Pilot Shredders, Senjin Shield Masters, Sludge Belchers, Dr. Boom, sometimes Blood Mage Thalnos. I myself have to look through the old list to see just all the cards that were included. Okay, we'll cut out the I myself have to see through the past to see all the cards that were included because I actually don't have any more. Oh, Cruel Task. Hold on. There's Cruel Taskmaster. Did I say that one? Did I not say that one? There's Cruel Taskmaster. There's Harrison Jones when the format is enough weapons. There's even a variant that has Shield Block and Shield Slam. But anyways, here's the basic. Here's a list. In general, no matter what the list is, though, the idea is the same. You control the early game with weapons, and with the small minions, you stay alive. Really important card in this deck is Death's Bite. Oftentimes, it's really important to leave that last charge of Death's Bite in order to be a free combo for a free Whirlwind for either Frothing Berserker or Grim Patron. At this point, most people have had the combo played against them, but just to review, the combo is generally playing the Warsong Commander into the Grim Patron, and then getting people in there, usually by starting off with an Inner Rage on the Grim Patron, and then a Whirlwind effect. So a simple combo, for example, is you're at 8 mana, you have a Death Bite with 1 charge left on it, you attack the opponent, well, first you play Warsong Commander Grim Patron, you play the Inner Rage on a Grim Patron, creating another Grim Patron, you swing the Death Bite at the opponent, and that creates 2 Grim Patrons, one of which was 5 attacks, so that's 5 plus 3 plus 3 plus 3, 14 damage plus the 4 from Death Bite, that's 18. You play Warsong Commander into Frothing Berserker, sometimes into 2 Frothing Berserkers, and you do a bunch of Whirlwind effects, and each Whirlwind basically will deal 2 times the number of minions on the board if you have 2 Frothing Berserkers, since every minion gets damaged, and then that's doubled because you have 2 Frothing Berserkers. It ends up being a lot of charging damage. Sometimes you combine the 2 when you have a lot of mana, some of which was reduced by Emperor Thaurissan. You play Warsong Commander, Frothing Berserker, Grim Patron, and you combine the 2 combo effects where you do some Whirlwind effects, and your Grim Patrons both split and give even more targets for Frothing Berserker. The possibilities are limitless. Sometimes you don't even need to play Warsong Commander, you just win with Grim Patron because something as simple as turn 4 Death's Bite, attack a minion, turn 5 Grim Patron, Inner Rage the Grim Patron, and swing the Death's Bite. We'll create a board of a 5-1, a 3-2, a 3-3, and a 3-3, which against some decks is against some decks you just win, and against some other decks they might have an answer, which makes you not actually want to do that. But yeah, basics: survive the early game, draw a bunch of cards, try to set it up a Battle Rage to draw more cards, get your cards reduced with Emperor Thaurissan, charge in with damage. The tricky part is so many of the matchups are different, so I will attempt to show a matchup where it's Frothing Berserker based, a matchup where it's Patron based, and one more.
versus Uther.
I will fight with honor.
Paladin turns out to be one of the best matchups for the deck. Always look to keep Deathbite and Fiery War Axe. One thing that I should mention, by the way, is Fiery War Axe has always been one of my favorite cards and is very efficient, but I will mention some top players have been cutting one Fiery War Axe just because they see all the early game minions with it obsoleting the second Fiery War Axe, which gives room for one more card, and any card that you can fit in has a really specific place here. I kept the Armor Smith because it could have been aggressive Paladin, and I already had a Deathbite. So in this matchup, you can actually win with either Grim Patron or Frothing Berserker. I will play the Armor Smith. Had to think for a moment. The Armor Smith matches up somewhat poorly against the Shielded Minibot because Shielded Minibot just attacks twice into it. It looks like it is going to be an aggressive Paladin. One thing I should mention is ideally against aggression, you keep the Armor Smith because then you can gain a tremendous amount of armor with whirlwind effects later. But oftentimes, if you're facing off against an aggressive deck, you're forced to play her early anyways, for otherwise you will die.
Reporting for duty.
So the early game is a simple idea. You're just trying to stay alive. When I mentioned you can win with Grim Patron or with Frothing Berserker, against aggressive decks, your most common win condition is through Grim Patron. But more importantly, your most common win condition is simply by staying alive and then by outvaluing them. You could even win with just simple cards such as Dread Corsair, Gnomish Inventor. Oftentimes, the amount of patrons you want to get is very different. For example, against a control deck, this would be a terrible play. You're only getting a 3/3 and a 3/2. But against an aggressive deck, this amount of patrons will suffice.
Reporting for duty.
Whirlwind is, of course, a really, really good card against the super aggressive decks. The opponent is running low on cards.
I wonder.
This is actually about to get gross. Sometimes you have to calculate really quickly how many cards you want. I think I may have drawn one more card than... Actually, it just turns out that armoring up is more important. I should have put the banana on the thing that can actually split. It seemed like I was going to Whirlwind at the beginning there, but as it turns out, if you have... One of the big things about Patron also is if you have... One of the big things with Patron is if your opponent has anything with 2 or less attack, your full health Patron will just split indefinitely. And that's one of the really cool things about the Patron. For example, and though I could draw 6 cards for 2 mana right now with Battle Rage, I'm going to value the armor up more because it is an aggressive deck, and the sole goal nearly is to just stay alive when you have such strong board control. Without armoring up, the opponent could have conceivably done something like True Silver Champion Arcane Golem and dealt 8 damage, and then death would occur. This one turns out to be one of the easier ones. When you're up against aggro, you just try to stay alive. And that's a much easier goal than like counting up exact damage, I think.
Versus Uther.
I will fight with honor. Victory or
Hopefully this warrior is of the more control or mid-range variety. One of the reasons why Paladin is a little bit on the weak side is because the guys spawn Grim Patron so well, and Paladins don't have that many ways to remove the Grim Patron. Oftentimes Paladins will play only one. Okay, I don't really need to go into much detail here because we're cutting this one out since it's the same matchup. So I'll just kind of chat with you guys.
Shields up. Red alert.
Slam or Battle Rage? I think Battle Rage here.
Strike.
Is the series to teach the basics of each class, or is it going to into all kinds of decks like Patron or Dragon Control? This series is meant to teach like specific decks, like not in full detail because it would take a very long time to fully detail every single. Oh my gosh, I actually have the Death Spite Inner Rage Grim Patron combo here. Gross. Could be a really easy game. Budget replacement for Emperor Thar in your handlock deck? Oh, in handlock. Siphon Soul? If you don't have Despot, what's the best replacement for it? Playing a different deck.
Let me think.
If you were a Hearthstone game designer, how would you change Bolvar 4 Dragon in order to make it a decent good legendary? That would be used in most Paladin decks. And start it off as a 2/7. Oh, I got an extra mana. Let's see. That unfortunately doesn't matter.
A fight. Go. Everyone, get in here. Everyone, get in. Everyone.
Remove Grom Hellscream from the FAQ question because I use them now. Yeah. I'll change it to talk about the pros cons, I guess. This actually isn't an easy game, contrary to what I thought. It's going to be all about really whether or not I can draw the second armor smith, I guess.
Everyone, get in here!
Oh, I drew the second armor smith. I guess this is an easy game then. Okay.
Charge forward! I'm made to fit.
Pile on! Everyone, get in here! Everyone, get in here! On! Pile on! Everyone, get in here! Everyone, get in here!
Strike.
Almost missed 1 damage. Have you said about not armoring up early game, possibly for Battle Rage? Thanks for reminding me. That is something I should mention. I'll do it in a control matchup.
Thank you.
My thanks.
Well met.
My thanks.
That was a... I must move quickly. That was a mistake.
That was an error.
I am sorry.
Strike.
Okay.
Garrosh versus Medivh!
Let the games begin. Victory or death!
Against the mage, pretty much just looking for Fiery War Axe or Death Spite, I think. Slam can also work. Again, a common theme is assume that the opponent is the aggressive version. In this case, I'm assuming Tempo Mage. But if there ever comes a time when the metagame changes and more people are playing control type decks than aggressive decks, then perhaps you don't assume aggressive decks. Perhaps. Worth mentioning, Slam should be used even if you don't obviously have a kill for something. In this case, it helps set up for the Death Spite second Whirlwind effect. But oftentimes, Slam is fine just to cycle a card and get some minor benefits. The opponent is a mech mage, so in this case, the win condition will likely be Grim Patrons again. One thing that is worth mentioning that I perhaps didn't emphasize enough in the first matchup is that Armor Smith can also be a win condition. You gain a bunch of armor against an aggressive deck, and they simply don't have the means to kill you in time. Here you can see the goodness of Dustbite. It's killing a minion, it's killing 2 minions, it's drawing a card, it's setting something into execute range. Dustbite oftentimes is at its best when it is multi-purpose like that.
Powering up. Portals online. I am ready.
Face. Once again, I'll try to set up. Acolyte of Pains ideally draw 2 cards. In this case, I might get the 3-card Dream. When I say ideally draw 2 cards, I should say ideally you position your Acolyte of Pain so they draw at least 2 cards. Sometimes against aggressive matchups you just play it as kind of a shield block, because you might force your opponent to attack into it, and then you take 3 damage in a card and you deal with damage. But against control decks you'll very much so want to draw at least 2 cards from these.
I serve the Fire Lord.
I'm at an uncomfortable life total here, but this hand, if it survives, looks like it's going to win in a spectacular fashion. Emperor Thorstein will reduce 3 combo pieces, cards, mana cost, and a lot of damage will be done. And that's a Cloaked Melganus. Huh. That's not very fair. I can't even activate Dustbite.
I can't play that. I can't play that.
Hey, we can edit this into the unstable portal win condition video from Tempo Mage. Where was I? I was seeing how I could possibly win from here. Okay.
I can't play that.
I can't even activate the Armor Smith to gain health. Okay, the opponent might not have any damage, and I think that's what I have to count on here.
My sincerest apologies.
It's probably going to be Gnomish Inventor armor up. Oh, haven't lost. In fact, this could be a Armorsmith win game. Okay, so execute's going to want to be done on Mal'Ganis. 3, 6, 8. And Frothing Berserker will be used on... No, I can't play all of that. Huh. I can't actually do too well, as it turns out. Due to the mana restriction. Yeah, I got on all my commands at least. Phew.
Well played.
Oops. There's no way to play the second Armorsmith, unfortunately. I didn't armor up. Okay, Druid. This is one of the matchups where the win is most commonly achieved through Grim Patron. I'll keep a Fire War Axe in order to deal with an early game minion such as Shredder or Zombie Chow every so often. One of the things to consider sometimes when you're a druid is not attacking. Ah, very good by him. Because then you don't give the opponent the armor, so he can't battle rage, giving himself an extra card. So that's actually an opponent who knows what's going on, pretty much. And oftentimes, against control decks with this deck, you may want to consider not armoring up on turn 2. Against a druid, though, I would always armor up on turn 2. Here I will play the Acolyte of Pain because if it gets silenced, I will still be able to draw many cards with Battle Rage. Also, I have no obvious way to activate the Acolyte of Pain. It's generally best to not play this unless you're activating it, but in this specific case I have absolutely nothing to go with it. This would be one of the games where Inner Rage is particularly good because I have the Grim Patron. If I had a Deathspite in my hand, I would just win the game if I swung at him with the Deathspite. And then next turn, Grim Patron, Inner Rage, Whirlwind. Druid is one of the classes which cannot deal with that, and oftentimes, if you happen to get that off a bit late, you just win the game. These exact 3 cards on turn 4 or 5. In this case, I can still do the same thing 1 turn late, which will still be good.
What to do?
The amount of patrons that'll be in here is going to be a lot. Perhaps even better is that I will be able to play Grim Patron, Inner Rage, and Battle Rage thanks to the coin. And then all of those cards will be reduced with Emperor Thorsan, and it's looking really good. Throughout playing the deck, you start to develop a little bit of a rhythm. You have to sometimes think about when the right time to play Despite is, because it's always the turn right before you're about to do something big. Or it's just, the first Despite is oftentimes going to be there simply to help clear as a weapon, and to activate minor things like Acolyte of Pain, but every once in a while you get the multi-purpose, you both kill a 4 health minion and a 5 health minion, and you spawn 2 patrons, and you gain 4 armor, and you draw 5 cards, and when that happens, it's really good. Don't concern yourself too much about like overdrawing. Sometimes that'll happen with Battle Rage. Consider it a first world problem if you randomly burn a card. It's rarely going to matter in this deck. If you happen to be in a position where you are drawing that many things. That thing's unfortunate. That's one of the better cards. Okay, so I can draw another 5 cards, but that would currently not be very good. Yeah, let's, I had to clear that up first to get more guys. There's some consideration to be made about, trading first and then whirlwinding, because then there are less guys. Sometimes you can get punished by having a full board with this deck. But against a druid, I'm not that concerned. For example, if this were the board against, let's just say, Paladin, then double consecration would kill all of this stuff off because these 3 do not spawn patrons. And sometimes when you're playing against a patron, you can organize the board to be a really specific, clear board so you can actually wipe them out with Area of Effect. For example, Swipe right now will not spawn patrons either, but I don't really see a way that he can follow that up well. Yeah, he did it. I don't have lethal on the board. Woo, go him. Can just casually draw 5 cards. kill him. Oh well.
Well played.
Well, that was the deck at its best. Okay, so at this point, I'm just looking for a game where I win with the Frothing Berserkers. A mage is going to be a bit unlikely, unless he's specifically the Freeze Mage. I think here I'm willing to keep Gnomish Inventor, just because I have two of the other good cards. And I'll probably want to draw a card.
Someday I'll be just like you.
I'll use the coin.
Pass me that arc-light spanner.
A slow tempo mage start.
I'll show them. I'll show them all.
Happy enough to give him an armor smith, I think. No plans to immediately do anything.
Hey, give me a minute.
I wonder.
Someday I'll be just like you.
Armor made to fit. Armor made to fit. Armor made to
I'm a little tempted to like, no, this is correct. This is super correct. The only bad news is my whirlwind is going to get counterspelled. Huh, that's interesting. Is it still worth playing the Grim Patron this turn when I think it's going to get counterspelled, the whirlwind? Or maybe I want to burn the counterspell first. With a card like Slam.
Runs out on me.
No, it's good enough to play the Patron as stands, I think. Maybe. Nah, now I can set up instead.
Strike! Strike!
I don't care how much armor he has.
I serve the Fire Lord.
Runs out on me.
Here's where I really hope it's not counterspell. And I hope it's Grim Patron. Wait, he has all the minions on the board, so... It won't even activate when I play Grim Patron. I think on this turn I have to once again just wait because... Yeah. I can't get counterspelled here. That's unfortunate.
What now?
To my surprise, it's not counterspell. Oh well, good enough. He already played Counterspell? Do you think that's a standard deck? How silly. He could be playing almost anything. You fool. Alright, let's go with this, I guess.
Charge forward! Charge forward!
Fire on! Everyone, get in here! Everyone, get in here! Everyone, get in here! Everyone, get in here!
Okay, I know the card in his hand is Armor Smith, so this would make basically a 3/3 and a 3/2, right? And it would kill this guy. Worth.
Everyone, get in! Everyone, get in here!
The same effect as making a 3/3 and a 3/2. Well, no. What did I have? Yeah, 3/3 and a 3/2.
Well played. You win this.
Garrosh versus Garrosh.
Victory on
Alright, Warrior. If it's Patron, then... If the opponent is also Patron Warrior, then one of the common ways to win the game is through Patron. And whoever patrons first generally wins. But if it's Control Warrior, then this is usually a matchup where the Frothing Berserkers are required to win. This is also one of the matchups in which not armoring up is a consideration. On turn 2, I might just pass, because I do have the Battle Rage. I have no obvious way to injure myself.
Armor made to fit.
This might be a little bit of a surprise, but it turns out to often be good to play the Fiery War Axe and to hit an Armor Smith twice. One reason, it gets you below full health. Second reason, it turns out Fiery War Axe isn't that great in this matchup. This is a big never mind. If he didn't play the Inner Rage, it would have been a big mistake by him. To play that into Fire War Axe, or to just even play that even if I didn't have Fire War Axe. So it looks like the plan is play... Oh, the Inner Rage also gives away that he's Patron Warrior. So this will most often be one with patrons, but there is the chance sometimes where they play a bunch of patrons and then you counter with Frothing Berserker and killing them. Currently I'm nowhere near anything. One of those hands where if he has Patron right now and plays it, he'll win the game.
A fight comes me.
Very daring of him to do that, to only have one patron, and that would usually be a mistake, because I can just do something like Execute and Deathspite, or Execute and Fiery War Axe. But in this case, his gamble will pay off. I have 2 Battle Rages, so I'm going to attempt to draw.
Charge forward!
Usually not worth it to play the Warsong Commander on just that. Oh, but he's drawing a card with it. I guess that's kind of okay. Kind of. Looks like I'm not going to get my counter victory.
What now?
Criticizes the enemy but still loses? Yeah, as it turns out, sometimes when you make really big risks with not that much payout, sometimes you do actually win the risk. But over the long term, this would be a very poor play for him, I maintain. Alright, well played.
Well played.
Not really.
I choose death.
Garrosh versus Garrosh.
Alright, Warrior-Warrior matchup. This is one of the matchups where Frothing Berserker might be the win condition. If it's Grim Patron Warrior, then Grim Patron is generally the win condition, but if it's Control Warrior, oftentimes a Frothing Berserker will be required to do the extra damage. This is one of the matchups where armoring up on turn 2 is possibly incorrect because you'll want to be damaged
Armor made to
in order to make use of Battle Rage.
strike.
Here I'm actually considering playing absolutely nothing. No, I will play the Fire War Axe and just pass. Because it looks like the Death Bite isn't going to be used for a while. I have no usage for the Whirlwind effect. And if I knew he was Patron Warrior, I would not actually attack him, but he could be Control Warrior, so I'm going to attack. In the long term, if it's Control Warrior, the full pattern is generally done, where you draw the cards, you play the Emperor Thaurissan. Very important that Emperor Thaurissan needs to reduce the cost on the actual combo pieces, otherwise you won't have enough mana to kill if he is a Control Warrior.
What now?
If the opponent is Patron Warrior, all I need to do is draw Grim Patron and then I'll win the game, because I have all the other cards.
Pass me that Arclight banner.
Strike.
Hey, give me a
Alright,
minute.
picking up that Battle Rage is pretty exciting, since I have all these minions. And the Whirlwind effect. And Battle Rage. Worth mentioning that I picked up Emperor Thaurissan is it would be a very big mistake to play Emperor Thaurissan next turn. No matter what card I drew, because it would not reduce enough combo pieces.
By the power of Ragnaros, I have the power!
Really... I might just... No, I... Yeah. Get damaged. Whirlwind, Battle Rage. Second Battle Rage, that's too many cards. think I play Acolyte of Pain. And I'll throw in a 2-3 over the 1-3 since this armor might actually be a lot. Worth mentioning that next turn, playing Emperor Thorsan would still be a mistake because even though it's a lot of cards getting reduced, none of the combo pieces are in this hand, so
Pass me that arc-light spanner.
that doesn't quite work out. Some people may be concerned that I play Acolyte of Pain with 8 cards in hand, so it's possible for the opponent to overdraw me, but that would require him utilize his combo pieces to overdraw me, which isn't that important. This is an unusual position right now where I have too many cards in hand, and they are all pretty bad cards. Deathspite will be played. And if I had any amount of combo pieces, I definitely would have overwritten the War Axe and then attacked with it. And just so I don't overdraw this time, since that's at 1 health, I will Inner Rage this guy.
Strike.
Hey, give me a minute.
I'm getting quite nervous because the opponent is a Grim Patron warrior. The Gnomish Inventor proved his Grim Patronness. I have absolutely none of the combo, even though I've drawn far more cards than he has. And I have a lot of cards drawn in my hand, but my hand is useless.
Armor made to fit.
That belongs in a museum.
Well, the good news is I have the other Deathspite, and that's his Harrison Jones used. Though mostly that's bad news. Other good news is he was actually forced to make a play that he really did not want to do there, I have to imagine. Very dangerous to play the Unstable Ghoul in this mirror. Unfortunately, I still have none of the combo pieces. Like, if I have Patron right now, I can go off of his Unstable Ghoul, but I actually have absolutely nothing, and it's really tragic right now. I think what I want to do is Battle Rage to draw cards, but first I have to well, I'll play the Acolyte of Pain, I suppose.
What now?
Grommash Face is also fine. Well, I have absolutely nothing. That's fine. It's not great, but it's fine. I'll use his activator for free. It'll make it a lot easier to finish him in the future. This is one of those cards where you kind of play if you don't have anything better to do. And in this case, I was in a really strange position where I just don't have anything good to do. I am going to need to start setting up quite soon. At least if there's any fortune on my side, it appears that the opponent is holding a hand that's more Frothing Berserkery than Patrony, because Patron, he would just play out the Patrons and do the Whirlwinds. Frothing Berserker, he actually needs to have the counter cards. Like, for him to have nothing right now, it basically means his hand is either very similar to mine, or it tries to win with Patron. Or, sorry, it tries to win with Berserker, because if he had Patron, he would just be winning. And this Emperor Thorsan continues to burn a hole in my pocket, because even though I can reduce a bunch of cards, and by the way, his hand has a lot of cards that are reduced, playing Emperor Thorsan and reducing few of the combos is not a good play. Alright, in this case, I'm reducing a Commander and a Frothing Berserker, so this is now reasonable. I do want to develop Death Spite, though.
What now? I wonder.
Okay, this is fun.
By the power of Ragnaros, I have the power!
I actually need to keep the War Axe around because I may need to break the Death Spite with it. This is the part of the game where you have to do a lot of math. So, quick rundown on the math. Currently, my combo is only Warsong Commander plus Berserker. Whirlwind will add 1 for every minion on the board, so if I were to play Commander Berserker, that would create 5 minions on the board, so Whirlwind is plus 5. Death Spite plus Fiery War Axe is also plus 5, because it's a Whirlwind effect, but it's also plus 4 because Death Spite will attack and then I replace it with Fiery War Axe. So currently the combination is 2, 4, 7, 8 mana. The Inner Rage will add an additional 3 damage. So 2 plus 4 is 6, or 2 plus 5 is 7, plus 4 is 11, plus roughly 5 is 16, plus roughly 3 is 19. Really important to keep the count going early, otherwise you're going to rope. When you're starting out. And keeping track is a lot more important than just like playing it all and then hoping that you're right. Because sometimes you're wrong and then you lose the game. At present time, I'm nowhere near lethal. But if I just get 1 turn of setup, I have no doubts that I can make it lethal. Okay, the Grim Patron. This is where I'm actually going to have one of those games where I get to... Okay, and by the way, I'm also going to specifically leave the Gnomish Inventor out. Very important here. Just to go for face instead. I also believe it's time to use the Battle Rage because I actually have everything. But I can't Battle Rage into anything important because I already have everything important, so I'm just going to hold it. But we're going to take the moment to calculate the damage. Actually, I should absolutely just Battle Rage because it's super lethal next turn. And I'll go ahead and slam, just cycle these cards. Maybe draw something that will help out in the future. Alright, so I have all the combos. One of the things to remember is Warsong Commander plus Grim Patron. These are like some really quick things that you need to know when you're playing the deck. Grim Patron plus Warsong Commander plus Death Spite plus Inner Rage, like I said at the beginning. You get a 5-2 with your Inner Rage and a 3-3. You Whirlwind, and then you get 5-2, 3-3. Well, you get 4 Grim Patrons, one of which is 5, 5, 3, 3, 3 is 14. Plus this 4 is 18. So even with just this and this, it's 18 damage. You add in the Whirlwind, and that's very likely going to be an additional plus 9? 4, you can no, plus 6 more. But more importantly, there's going to be a Frothing Berserker, which will also add a lot of damage, so it's going to be a lot of damage. You can even finish him with the Frothing Berserker route here, with just Warsong Commander, Frothing, but I guess here I'll display the combo instead. The combo with both.
Be thirsty.
Everyone, get in here! Everyone, get in here! Everyone, get in here! Everyone, get in here!
Worth mentioning is there's often small ways to get an extra 1 damage in certain situations. Like here, for example, attacking here and then whirlwinding adds more damage. I'm just doing this for the sake of demonstration.
Everyone, get in here! Everyone, get
Like there's a lot of small things. Attacking, making sure that your 1 attack minions attack his minions to add 2 to your Frothing Berserker because your minion attacks his minion, they deal 2. Also important is whirlwinding first and then attacking your 1 attack minion into their guy, because then if your guy were to die, if it were to attack their guy, then you would miss out on the 1 whirlwind damage. So there's all these small things in between, but that's the grand picture. Okay, and that is at least 1 Trump teachings of all the classes. Very exciting. Which will be up on YouTube and edited sometime soonish. Eventually. Thank you, Izzy, Triplicate. Blu-ray. Hozar. Dragon Saber. Curly. Ray Jepson. Sauces. And Jay Wizzle. Thanks for subbing. Alright, let's see. So here's like a list of decks that I could still do. Kind of going off of the decks that are out there. Control Warrior, Malagos Warlock, Handlock, Face Hunter, Ramp Druid, Freeze Mage, Mech Mage, Aggro Paladin. Are there even any other decks? Well, I mean, there are quite a few. Any that I can think of right now. Which are worth doing one on. Which are actually being run. I think that would be it. And I do want to get this out of the way before I decide on decks to actually ladder with. So let's do that. And get rid of this deck. Or am I? Or will I? I'm gonna get rid of this deck. I wonder if there's enough to like do one more of each one. So Control Warrior, Mid-Range Shaman, Face Rogue, Face Paladin, Face Hunter, Ramp Druid, Handlock, Malagos, Freeze Mage, and Priest. Alright, let's go with Freeze Mage. A lot of requests for that one. I'm pretty certain it would win this draw pull if I were to do a pull. Also, I want to play decks that I'm least like to run. Freeze Mage is a deck that I'm very unlikely to actually run on the ladder when we actually get to it. Not because it's bad, but just because the format is really hostile against Freeze Mage at the moment. Well, actually that just means it's bad. But it's still a fine deck. When Warriors go away, it'll be a good deck. There are definitely times when I actually think I have the Freeze Mage list still somewhere around here. Let me see. Sweet. Oh, where's my heal bot? What are people replacing this with? Hold on, let me see. I have a pretty old list. There's been good changes every once in a while. The card most people have removed is a Loot Hoarder for a heal bot. Alright, sure. This is Fire Bat list, and this is a very common list. So the deck list over there is going to be slightly incorrect, and I am far too lazy to create a screenshot for the new one. Alright, welcome to Freeze Mage. This is a deck which is kind of infamous, has been around for a very long time, has survived the nerfs of old, has some new tricks to it, but the general concept is simple? The idea is simple. You stall the game with early game cards like Mad Scientist, Loot Hoarder, Acolyte of Pain, You draw a bunch of cards with Arcane Intellect and Acolyte of Pain. You stall even more in the mid-game with cards like Blizzard, with the combination of Frost Nova and Doomsayer to clear the board. You do some very light clearing with Frostbolt. You do need to keep one Frostbolt in order to finish them with the Ice Lances at the end. Emperor Thorsan when you have a bunch of cards to reduce them. Pew Pew, more freezing, some flame striking, and at the end you play Alexstrasza, their face, for 15, and then you finish them off with something like Fireball, Frostbolt, Ice Lance, that's 17 damage. Or you finish them off with Archmage Antonidas, reduced cost spells, get more Fireballs, then finish them off in 2 turns. You survive in the later game when you need that 1 extra turn with Ice Block, and fairly straightforward plan, albeit it's a little bit tricky to execute sometimes. It's almost always, well, we'll go from here.
Jaina versus Magni.
One of the worst matchups for Mage is Warrior, and I'm not even going to say Control Warrior or Patron Warrior, although Control Warrior is a lot worse. Patron Warrior is still bad because they can play their Armor Smiths and then Whirlwind and then gain a bunch of armor, and it's pretty scary. The matchup is really tough, but it's possible to win still, to some extent. Well, I mean, it's always possible to win. It's just hard. In the early game, you're looking for the draw cards, and you're looking for Mad Scientist, so this is a pretty good result. I got Mad Scientist, and I got Acolyte of Pain.
I'll show them all.
If you are finding that the ladder is full of warriors, Freeze Mage is probably a very bad deck to play. But when there aren't a lot of warriors out there, this deck can be rather monstrous.
Mind if I roll me?
Trying to get the Acolyte of Pain out to draw more than just 1 card. Acolyte of Pain, Fire Blast is a common turn.
Pass me that Arc-Light Spanner.
There's no need to be too terribly concerned if, in the early game, not all the mana is used, though it's nice. Looks like the opponent is a Patron Warrior, because he ran Dread Corsair and Gnomish Inventor. There's no hard and fast rule of thumb for Frost Nova and how to use it, but generally, I mean, it just depends based on your health total. Generally around like 7 to 10 health is a good time to start thinking about using it. By 7 to 10 health, I mean it stops 7 to 10 health of the opponent. With this deck, it's often a little bit concerning, especially if you're holding the coin that you might overdraw by leaving an Acolyte of Pain out, so watch out for that. Here, by the way, he can overdraw me by sending a Death Bite into my face and then attacking my Acolyte one more time, but that's a big enough spend of resources on his side that I'm willing to take the 1 card overdraw. In fact, he just used Deathbite for no benefit other than forcing me to overdraw a card, so that's an exchange which I am perfectly content with. Sometimes you'll randomly burn your Alexstrasza and that'll suck, but hopefully not.
Let the pain speak to me.
My hand is too full.
A fireball. Alright. Slightly disappointing, but fine. The thing to realize is even though burning a fireball is bad, even what's really good is that he had to use the last charge of Deathbite to, like, no benefit other than burning me for a card there. So it's often give and take.
I'll show them. I'll show them all.
I happen to have a lot of cards already, so I think I'm willing to develop this Acolyte of Pain and not necessarily get full value out of it.
Speak to me.
One fortunate thing, sometimes the deck doesn't work that fortunately for you, is that I was able to draw cards which could be played so that I wouldn't hold a card, I wouldn't hold a handful of cards that I couldn't play. So basically I had Mad Scientists, I had Secrets, and perhaps even better is that the Mad Scientist will actually get a secret. Sometimes your fortune isn't that good. Blood Mage Thalnos is often a card that you just cycle, but against a warrior, oftentimes I find that getting the extra bit of spell damage out of this could be important. Alright, looks like he's offering up a 3-card draw to me, so I guess I say thank you here. Though that might be too many cards for me. But still, I'll take it.
Pain.
Really hoping to draw into, I was gonna say Emperor Thorsan. Alexstrasza is interesting. Because I can actually play Alexstrasza here. That is too big to ignore right now, though. No, I will play Alexstrasza. Well, I will burn the coin first, though. The tricky part about this deck is finding the timing, because you have to do the Alexstrasza and then something, but the problem with Alexstrasza, it costs 9 mana, so it's oftentimes you have to be able to be in a position where you can play Alexstrasza and not die. And yes, I'm not going to die here because of an ice block up, but oftentimes it's not quite good enough to play Alexstrasza and then have your ice block broken immediately. You would often need to have the other ice block immediately available. Here, though, I don't think he's going to be able to burst through for that much damage. He could, but I'm hoping he doesn't. Also, I'm burning one more card. And that was foreseen, but getting out the Alex is really good. Arcane Link, perfect. Uh, 3, 5, 8. I would use 3 cards and draw 2 cards, so that's good.
I wonder.
Currently, I have 10, 16, 19, 23 over, well, not quite, 4, 6, 7, 26. I could just Pyroblast his face, and if he doesn't gain more than 3 armor, I win the game. Oh, I can't actually Pyroblast his face. But that is the way to start thinking about it. With this deck, you often have to plan 2 turns ahead. And the nice thing is you're ensured often that you are going to get the second turn. This deck really likes having its spells reduced with Emperor Thaurissan, but no such luck this time around. So I have to make a decision here. Flame Strike or Pyroblast into a lot of damage next turn. That'd be 10 damage to him, and then he would be at 15. And then I have basically the super combo: Fireball, Frostbolt, Ice Lance, Thalnos. 6, 9, 13, 17, plus 4 is 21. So that's basically 6 over what he's got, and I believe this is likely to work at the moment. So I will go ahead and just carry that out. Flame Strike likely also leads to a win. But in this case, I have Ice Block as well, and I'm just going to go for the win a turn early. If I didn't have the second Ice Block in my hand, I would have more strongly considered Flame Strike, because there are ways where the opponent can gain a lot of armor here, notably with Armor Smith, Whirlwind, Whirlwind.
No.
So, the plan shown pretty well here. A few ugly points because of overdrawing, but the overdrawing is a thing that'll happen every once in a while, hard to avoid. If the opponent is actually committing resources like he did in this game to overdrawing you, that's more often good. You freeze, you stall, you Ice Block to survive that one key turn, and then you burn them, usually in this fashion. Sometimes it's Pyroblast into this, sometimes it's Archmage Antonidas into this, into another Fireball turn, but you're gonna need to set up like 2 consecutive turns where you're doing it. Like, when you think about it, you have to go 1, the setup is like 1, Emperor Thaurissan, 2, Alexstrasza, 3, you play Archmage Antonidas and you throw some spells at him, and then finally 4, you unload this final set of spells. It's usually a 4-turn set, which you have to be able to ease into. And that's the tricky part with this deck.
Jaina versus Jaina.
You asked for it. My magic will tear you apart.
Can be a little tempting to keep the Frostbolt, assuming that he is aggressive. In fact, I will here. Just because the Mana Worm, in particular, can deal so much damage if left unchecked.
I'll show them. I'll show them all.
Pretty much looking again for the card draw, and in this case against what I expect to be an aggressive deck, I'll keep the Frostbolt.
Someday I'll be just like you.
It turns out to be pretty common with this deck to go, let's see, to do something along the lines of turn 2 Fire Blast, turn 3 Fire Blast.
I serve the Fire Lord.
You know, I'm gonna go turn 2 Fire Blast, turn 3 Fire Blast, turn 4 Fire Blast, turn 5 Fire Blast. Slowly whittle down those cards. Something that is really good in this matchup is if they have a mirror entity, your Doomsayer will get copied over to them, and then you'll be able to instantly clear their board. At this moment, he doesn't have enough to justify me doing that. Possibly a mistake on his side to voluntarily play a mirror entity. Possibly.
Put this apple on your head.
Come on. Ugh. I need him to commit more stuff onto the board. I will be willing to take the damage one more time. It's not just 5, it's closer to something like, I'm going to estimate 9 right now. But the Doomsayer is going to clean up things so well that I cannot resist. Especially since this spends the turn pretty well.
The light does not discriminate.
Wow. Okay, he took the barrier. Not sure if that's better or worse, to be honest. But the good news is I took a lot less damage than expected out of that exchange.
The end is coming. The end is coming.
Oh, that. I guess I should have done Blood Mage. Oh, no, I can't do that first, of course.
We hunger for vengeance.
Against aggressive decks, you can Alexstrasza yourself, and that can work out pretty well. Anti-Killbot. Anti-Killbot plus Ice Lance might buy me extra turns here, so that's going to be worth it. Yeah. Pro tip, if you kill Boombot during your turn, you can actually lose the game. Because the ice block is not active on your turn due to the way secrets work. He didn't break my ice block, so that leads me to think that he doesn't have any burn in his hand right now. That's a really good result.
I wonder.
Okay, and I'll add in the Doomsayer. I had to think about whether or not to go Acolyte of Pain or Doomsayer here. It would be difficult to utilize a Doomsayer in the future, so I'll use it with the freezing effect. Not as much as I would hope, and he does have a piloted Sky Golem, but fine. It slows him down a bit. That is a really big mistake, I think. No, it's not that big a mistake. If it is one. It's fine. Huh. Unfortunately, no spells to play with Archmage Antonidas.
Let the pain speak to me.
No, wait. Oh, he drew into the fireball, that's right. Okay, looks like next turn is Archmage Antonidas plus Ice Block.
I'll show them. I'll show them all.
Unfortunately, he's going to have the means to kill the Archmage Antonidas on the board. So perhaps it isn't Archmage Antonidas Frost Ice Block. Flame Strike Ice Block, though, provides no extra thing. So here's the problem with Freeze Mage. When you fall behind, you do need to have like a certain order of how things occur, and in this case I'm a bit too far behind the curve to make this happen. I could start telling it from about 5 turns ago, but I was like barely stable. When you've used the second Ice Block and you haven't gotten your opponent down into Burn Rage, then you've definitely lost. Thinking if there's any interesting way to get out of this.
Well played. What to do?
I think I do have an out, and you play to your outs. Ice Block into Flame Strike, into top decking Alexstrasza. His other mirror entity is in his hand, and note that I didn't attack him because he has Ice Barrier. I probably should have taken my card last turn. I should have.
Bring the pain.
I made the assumption that it would be okay either way, but it wasn't going to be okay either way. Nope.
Well played. You win this.
little too fast.
Jaina versus Throne.
For Doomhammer.
You asked for it.
I'm generally a I don't. I'm a little cautious to say generally an easy matchup, but things to watch out for are that the shaman has no healing, I guess, and can't armor up, and usually doesn't put on quite that much pressure as other decks. Things to watch out for when you're playing this deck against other classes is post Alexstrasza, oftentimes opponents will save their healing, so you can't just necessarily count on, okay, I'll need to do exactly this much damage. However, against Shaman, you can just plan around. Post Alexstrasza, you need to deal 15, and that's it. But against a Druid, they'll often save Ancient of Lore. Against any deck, they'll often save Anti-Killbot for after Alexstrasza. Don't want to play Acolyte of Pain straight into the tank. So good news, bad news. Bad news is he's Mech Mage, or he's a Mech Shaman, the faster version. Might be able to run me over. Good news is he has a very, very slow start. I'm going to attempt to stay on curve, which is actually more important against a aggro deck. So the plan is to Frostbolt, Fire Blast, Spider Tank next turn, and then Acolyte of Pain, Fire Blast the next turn. The Shaman does run 2 Earth Shocks generally, so Frost Nova Doomsayer on turn 5 would be good, but sometimes you can just get out of that. You are allowed to use 1 Frostbolt. And sometimes in extreme circumstances against aggro, you're allowed to use both Frostbolts. And then the Ice Lances will go towards freezing their things.
Powering up. Portals online.
Let the pain speak to me.
This turn developed a lot of pressure, so I'm feeling nervous. I had to do a pretty slow turn. But hopefully it is this turn in which stabilization starts occurring. I have a lot of freeze. 6 damage is obviously not outside of a shaman's reach, but it can be a little tricky for them to get there. I think I'll use the cheap freeze right now because developing cards alongside the Frost Nova seems to be good right now. And I will play the more expensive Acolyte of Pain, I believe.
Let the pain speak to me.
trying to stay on curve. Oftentimes, with Freeze Mage, these games you feel like you're walking a tightrope. Alright, unfortunately that's the Lava Shock Enabler. Okay, he broke it. Huh. Noyatron.
Bring the pain.
Well, it's a lot of cards for me. Can't Flame Strike to remove this thing, so it has to be Blizzard. And then I do die to quite a few things.
I'll show them. I'll show them all.
Somewhat noteworthy is that... that's fine. Well, Earthshocking his Fire Elemental means I lose. So I do lose to Earthshock, and I lose to, a few things. A spell damaged Lava Shock also does it. Nope, I think he just missed lethal. Oh my gosh, you don't deserve it. You super don't deserve it! You faint!
Well played.
Okay, no, he might have had Rock Biter Weapon, and that would be a really good BM.
Jaina versus Rexar.
Let the hunt begin.
You asked for it.
Okay, that actually turns out to be a really good hand. A little surprising is that this deck can hold its own and is even said to be favored against Face Hunter. This is nearly the perfect hand. You had the draw and these two cards, which will buy you a lot of time. Mad Scientist is even better though.
Greetings, traveler.
Hello.
I'll show them. I'll show them all. Put this apple on your head.
That Mad Sun. Okay. Eh? Alright, well this opening is strongly rigged on my side because he missed his 75% and I got a very good start.
Job's done.
Side note is it's good to get rid of the secret first before you draw the cards with Arcane Intellect for a slightly less chance of drawing the secrets. Very low pressure from the opponent so far, so it's looking like I might have a smooth ride. The web spinner, along with his low aggression in the early game, indicates that he is a mid-range hunter as opposed to face hunter. I have a rather unusual first world problem where I have some really good board clear, but he has no board. He somehow had nothing to play on this turn. It means he absolutely has a Savannah Hyman. So here we're going to look into the rather unusual play of doomsaying a empty board. You do this when you have a really good read that the opponent is about to do something on his next turn.
The end is coming!
You might still play the Savannah Hyman into it, but I'm happy to break it with Doomsayer. And if it buys you a turn, then that's usually for the best as well. One of the setups where you... One of the ideal setups that you get into is turn 8, Doomsayer with some kind of freezing effect, turn 9, Alexstrasza, so you start on an empty board. I'm actually tempted to Doomsay again right here, because with such low aggression, it is very likely that the opponent has Owl or a play. And if I buy myself 2 turns here, I'm actually just thinking that's really good.
The end is coming!
Hunters will usually run an Owl, and since this guy, maybe 2 Owls, and since this guy had so few cards that he could play pre-turn 6, it's super likely that he would be able to stop this in some way, like Hunter's Mark and then like Unleash, or Hunter's Mark Weapon or something. So buying the turn right now is really good. It pushes me towards turn 9 where I can Alexstrasza, and then the follow-up turn is Pyroblast, and then the follow-up turn is hopefully I draw 5 damage, or 1 damage. Actually, I already have lethal, because Pyroblast plus Ice Lance plus Fire Blast is good enough. And here you can see that it was in fact going to get something. That's not a surprise. Looks like this is going to be a very straightforward turn 9 Alex, turn 10 Pyroblast, turn 11 kill him. Very good start and slow hand from him, but required a little bit of knowledge of what was going on with his hand. Happy to break that because it actually means Alexstrasza is also a threat. And he'll have to deal with Alexstrasza in some way, although I suspect that he has a Hunter's Mark. But if it Stalker Booms going in there, then that just makes my chances all the better.
I'll show them. I'll show them all.
You'll very rarely be able to have such a relaxed game against Hunter, but if he had a better board, he could have gotten wiped out with Frost Nova, Doomsayer somewhere in there.
I wonder.
And this is exactly the position where you want to, I mean, obviously it's the position you want to be in. I'm something like 2 or 3 turns ahead of schedule. I could still buy something like 3 more turns perhaps with Frost Nova and Frost Nova. But usually you're only like 1 turn ahead, and it's important to be that way. Let's freeze mage. It's about as easy as it gets. Let's see. Thank you, Martinizer, for the tip. He sent me a deck list. I'll look into it sometime. Though, I gotta admit, I'm not very convinced by the name Miracle Warlock, but we'll see. Mikkel Hess, Hit Combo, the Dozer, Kitsune. Getting a lot more of these Trump teachings done than I thought, but again, it really should be done at the beginning. Here, I'm actually just gonna look into it now. This deck is really bad. I would recommend looking into a Malagos Warlock instead, since it's basically this idea. Except the Malagos Warlock is a little bit cleaner. Let's see, where was I? Next deck. What do you guys think? Hemlock? Yeah, I should teach Hemlock. I'm kind of good at it. Thank you, Red Fogzax, for subbing also. And Rezelic, the number 1. I need to make that bigger, as you can see. Oh, also there's a little bit of a black screen there. A little bit of a black bar. Oh my gosh, how long has that been there? That's so annoying. How can I avoid that? Oh, I could do something like this. $145 maybe? There. What? It's still not there. It's still there. No, was that always there? What is that even capturing? No, there's like that spec. 135. Wait, is that only on my side? Does it not show up on the stream? You guys see it, right? It's right here. Well, it doesn't show my mouse. Here? Hold on, I need to fix this minor thing. Okay, let's see. How do I fix it? Oh, I see. I changed the wrong dimension. Perfect. There we go. Got it. It's dead. Alright, where was I? Hand lock. Let me switch this to the older version of Handlock. Chow coil. Handlock. This is a deck which beats to the beat of a slightly different drum. Handlock is named aptly after the fact that it wants to hold a big hand. Usually its turn 2 and turn 3 are tap, so that on turn 4 you can play one of Twilight Drake or Mountain Giant. The play is a little bit different going first or second. Game plan of Handlock is generally stall in the early game, Coil, Chow, Dark Bomb, Ooze, Watchers, and Sun Furies. These are all early game cards, which you try to stall so you don't lose health that fast. You have Board Clears and Hellfire and Shadow Flame. Once it gets to the later game, you're going to have your Twilight Drakes out, which have a lot of health. Hopefully your Giants out. In some matches you cannot actually play Mountain Giant. And then you taunt those up. Against aggressive decks, they have to watch out to manipulate your health, because otherwise you can come right back into the game with Molten Giant, Sun Fury, or Molten Defender of Argus. This is a very control-heavy deck, and since you're life tapping so much in the early game, you often get a very good roadmap of what's going to happen throughout the game. And your cards tend to be of very strong value. The tricky part is generally staying alive. Oh, Handlock.
Gul'dan versus Jaina.
You asked for it.
Your soul shall be mine.
Whether or not to keep the Mountain Giant depends strongly based on what class you get matched up against. Against classes which you think you're going to die very quickly, Mage and Hunter are the two that come to mind as the two classes that I would get rid of Mountain Giant against. You want to get rid of Mountain Giant. Against all the other classes, you're generally going to go for a tap Giant play. Worth mentioning, since I'm going second, if you go tap, you will end up overdrawing a card, which means when you're going second, you need to tap and then play a card somewhere in between, like a Ancient Watcher, and then you can just play the Mountain Giant on 4. There have been some versions of this deck which have decided to run the Void Callers and some demons like Juraxis and Mal'Ganis, and I think that's also a valid way to go. And there are some decks that go more early game with 2 Chow and 2 Dark Bomb if you hate aggro, and then there are some which go the other way, which cut the zombie Chow and maybe cut in Coil and then add in more late game cards like Ragnaros. Looks like opponent is a Freeze Mage based on the Fire Blast on me. Freeze Mage is a really bad matchup because usually you're hoping when you're low that you can go Molten, and then Taunt. But Freeze Mage doesn't care about your taunt. This is actually a bad Tempo Mage opening, so that's really good. Alright, The good news about the Tempo Mage matchup is the mirror entities have a lot of ways of getting triggered. For example, Ancient Watcher, which will often fizzle them, make them very ineffective.
Many possibilities.
I needed to play this first because oftentimes they also run counterspell, so I had to check. Make sure my coil had gone through. If I had played Ancient Watcher and no secret had triggered, I would have then played the coin in order to trigger counterspell, and then done coil.
I'll show them. I'll show them all.
There are two main choices here. One is Twilight Drake Coin Dark Bomb, and the other is Sludge Belcher. The bad news about Twilight Drake Coin Dark Bomb is looking ahead to turn 6. That would mean the turn 6 play would probably be Sludge Belcher, which would be a little bit off curve. But on the other hand,
So many possibilities.
but this is just too big a threat, I'd say.
Almost out of time.
Oftentimes in handlock, you have to give a balance. And by the way, the coin is really good. I would encourage holding onto it, if possible, until you have a turn which uses it well. There's all sorts of cool things you can do with the coin. My favorite thing is in a control matchup, you get to do Jiraxis coin hero ability. How convenient. Play it first before activating the secret. This is the strength of handlock, to be able to... Oh, no secret. That means the mirror entity is in the mage's hand. And maybe a counterspell also.
I'll show them. I'll show them all.
This is the strength of handlock, to be able to play some very, very strong cards far cheaper than they should be. Like this is a 4/5, for example, for 2 mana. Of course, it just sits around, but handlock's defensive nature. Speaking of handlock's defensive nature, you pretty much are aiming to just survive, and you're willing to sacrifice a lot of damage in order to clear the board. No secret popped out the first time, so happy to check this first. And we'll need to check for the mirror entity, so here's another Ancient Watcher. Knock yourself out. Tricky thing about the anti-kill bots is oftentimes you have to play a little bit. You have to realize how much burst the damage, how much burst the opponent can do in terms of damage. Make sure to leave yourself at a life total where you won't die. The longer you can wait on playing anti-killbot, the cheaper the Molten Giant will be. I should have Worldly Blade something for +1. Oh well.
I serve the Fire Lord.
So this particular matchup was a lot easier because I had the Ancient Watchers to trigger into his mirror entities. Also good is the Zombie Chow into those.
Gul'dan versus Malfurion.
I must protect the wild.
The Druid matchup is one in which Mountain Giant on turn 4 is a real possibility. Against an aggressive deck, you would want to keep Zombie Chow. However, in this matchup, when you're going first, you cannot play Zombie Chow on turn 1. Unless you're up against an aggressive deck and you plan on contesting them with cards like Zombie Chow and the Ancient Watcher. Like, if it was Hunter, I'd absolutely keep Zombie Chow. But against Druid, the game plan is simple. Turn 2 tap, turn 3 tap, turn 4 hopefully I have a Mountain Giant or a Twilight Drake. And your odds of having the Twilight Drake or the Mountain Giant on turn 4 are rather high, since you go through your first 3 cards in a mulligan, and then you draw 3 more ones, and by the turn you get to turn 4, you're supposed to have like 9 cards in hand, but sometimes you don't get the Twilight Drake or the Mountain Giant. Consider that unfortunate. You can still win from there. It's harder though. At least with this hand, if I don't draw a 4-drop, Mountain Giant, Twilight Drake, then I can go Ancient Watcher and tap. But obviously a setback if I don't get one. And this will go into turn 5 Sludge Belcher, and then hopefully by turn 6 I'll actually have something. There's some good news in the deck. There's some good news and some bad news. The Molten Giants are difficult to use against Druid because they can just combo you from the health. So actually there's very little good news right here.
I have no time for games.
The Sludge Belcher trades badly against Sylvanas also. That's some amount of good news.
Where shall I strike?
That'll slow him down a bit. And also, it's not too poor if Sylvanas ends up stealing any of these. Huh, the pass is interesting. So here it is possible to Shadow Flame one, and I'm actually going to go for Sludge Belcher though. The Shadow Flame isn't quite good enough, and I want to wait for more somehow before doing so. Tap would be good, but I don't have enough cards to hold in my hand. The problem with Shadow Flame is you guarantee that he steals a 4/5, but if you wait, and handlock, you often have to be patient and wait. If you wait, then it's possible that Shadow Flame will be able to Shadow Flame your last minion, and then Sylvanas steals nothing. Still, this is a really... It's kind of an unfortunate game, since the Twilight Drakes or Mountain Giants graced us with their presence on turn 4. Furthermore, an owl would be pretty good on Sylvanas. Druid's keeping their Sylvanas. It's an L. That's some good news. One of the things to, this deck isn't really for the faint of heart, because oftentimes you have to tap when you may not feel comfortable tapping. But tapping is leading you towards victory in 2 ways. 1, you often do need the cards. 2, every single tap is like drawing an additional Phantom Innervate for Molten Giants. Aha, finally. So, it is important to always consider just how much damage your opponent can do before tapping. Here in the case of Savage Roar, he will have 3, 5, 7, 9, 11 damage. In the case of Force of Nature, that would be also 11 damage. In the case of some combination of like a Druid the Claw and Charge form and a Savage Roar, you lose the game. But that's no reason to panic and do something like Twilight Drake, Zombie Chow, Sun Fury, because that Sun Fury is required for the Molten Giants. Therefore, this is one of those places where you have to have the fortitude to just realize, okay, I'm going to play this and this, and I have 2 mana left, so I'm going to tap. And I'll actually play this and this over that. You accept that sometimes you lose here, but in the case where you don't, you get to go Molten, Sun Fury.
Where shall I strike?
That's unfortunate, but the tap changed nothing in terms of damage, and playing the Sun Fury on just this is too weak. He can play a Keeper, for example, on the Twilight Drake, and just bypass that, and then you wouldn't have anything for Moltens. So that is how you play this matchup. Unfortunate that he had exactly those 2 cards there, but be brave. And don't let the fact that you sometimes lose those haunt you.
Gul'dan versus Uther.
I will fight with honor.
Your soul shall be mine.
Same case here. Paladin tends to be a controlling deck, even though the Ooze aims against classes that have weapons like Paladin. I'm still going to replace it just for an increased chance to draw Twilight Drake or Mountain Giant. The Hellfire is a worthwhile keep against Paladin as well, because one of the ways they get you is with the Muster. Aggressive Paladin here. This may look obvious to do Mortal Coil, however, it turns out Zombie Chow is better. It's very close.
So many possibilities.
The idea behind playing Zombie Chow instead of a Quail is that the Zombie Chow is really good played on turn 1, and it is a slow card, and you can't afford to do this. Here's something even more possibly shocking. Turn 2 probably shouldn't be Coil, because turn 3 is going to be tap plus Coil. You'll often find yourself, well, I often find myself in times where I'll kill this over that. Actually, I'm not going to tap, I'm going to play this. You can play the more mana... You can play the more safe play of Coil, but it turns out that spending every point of mana that you can against aggro is very important. Well, he's not sure. He's gonna trade. It's a little unfortunate for me. Do I want to tap? No. I'll just play the Sun Fury. Do I want to coil the 1/1 is the question, but there's a 4/1.
Shields up.
Shields up. Red alert.
Reporting for duty.
This is probably acceptable enough to do a Hellfire on. It is. Looks like he's starting to run out of fuel, with only 2 cards left. Very specific matchup note here is that that deck usually runs Divine Favor, so it is good to keep your hand rather small. But it turns out against aggressive decks, your hand is usually pretty small anyways. A note between Sludge Belcher and Anti-Killbot. It's almost always correct to play the Sludge Belcher over the Anti-Killbot in any circumstance other than you're about to die, because the Sludge Belcher is a much bigger impact on the board. That's kind of unfortunate.
Get in there and fight, maggot!
He just drew a bunch of cards, so I think I'll save the Hellfire for one more turn. It'll probably capture the most the next turn. I have to admit, it's a little tempting to play Twilight Drake here. By the way, in this matchup, you really want to draw the Molten Giant somewhere through the middle, and as you can see, Molten Giant would be insane right here. But unfortunately, there's no Molten Giant, so we'll play this.
I wonder.
The other play to consider was Twilight Drake win Sun Fury, but I think that's not that great.
Reporting for duty.
Will he go face or will he trade? Face.
Running the program. Hug. Jumping down.
Shields up.
This is a little unfortunate. If I had a Molten Giant that might lock up the game, depending on whether or not he's equality. But unfortunately, I don't have the second taunt. And we will make sure that this game doesn't make it into the record. We'll edit this one out.
Gul'dan versus Garrosh.
Victory or death! Your soul shall be mine!
Warlock against Warrior is one of my personal favorite matchups. And probably should be any Handlock's favorite matchup, because it just matches up so well. Your hero ability draws cards, their hero ability just armors up, which you don't really care about, unless
Sorry that happened.
they're specifically drawing into like a shield slam. In this case, I've got the perfect setup. You just generally run them out of threats. If they're Patron Warrior, you have the perfect tools to deal with them, with Hellfire, with Shadow Flame, with giant things which you taunt up. And if they're Control Warrior, you simply out-card them. Oftentimes, your cards will require at least one card on their side. And furthermore, you're always tapping so much. So the ideal draw has happened here. It's turn 4, Mountain Giant or Twilight Drake, and to turn 5, this will cost 4, but you can actually tap and then play the Mountain Giant, and it'll cost 1 less, and it's really good. So Twilight Drake, tap Giant, into something else that's on curve tends to be best. One thing to watch out against Warrior, and I don't know whether this is Control Warrior or not yet, but the armor can be used to shield slam. So I'm going to go ahead and hit him so that he can't do armor up, shield slam this, or he can't do shield block into shield slam the giant. Furthermore, it doesn't seem to matter that much that this 2/2 exists currently. I'll go ahead and coil.
Job's done.
And when you're just laying out these 4 mana 4/9s and 3 mana 8/8s, you feel like life's pretty good against the Warrior.
I wonder.
It's pretty desperate, and it's a good thing that the armor was removed the last turn. One of the things to watch out for is Brawl, which it appears he doesn't have. He also appears to not have Execute. So I'll just keep on the pressure. If this were to get into the late game, which it looks like it won't, Lord Juraxis provides a lot of value. You just, every single turn where they have to slog through Infernos is a huge gain for you. In this matchup specifically, try to save the anti-kill bots to be played right after Alex Straza is played. I don't think I have lethal yet. It's like 1 damage off.
So many possibilities.
With the Hellfire, yep. So I'll tap in Sylvanas. In the late game, you just really want to get into the rhythm of tap and then play a card, tap and then play a card.
I have no time for games.
If you're fortunate, you might be able to play the Molten Giants in... Oh, I actually missed lethal with Hellfire, Defender of Argus there. Mistake. I thought I was one off. But supposing that you don't actually have lethal there, you want to get into the rhythm of tap big guy, or just tap guy. And then you eventually wear them down. It's like when you're a math teacher and you make like some kind of mistake, and then like a student's like, "Wait, but Mr. Trump shouldn't that be a negative sign since you multiplied by a negative?" I'm like, "Oh, right. I guess I have to erase the entire problem." And scumbags. Except instead of that one, it's like every single person in the classroom just yelling lethal. Okay, where were we? Let's go into Control Warrior. Okay, I recently saw some kind of thread on the Reddits, which right now is actually on fire. Reddit, I mean. About a top 1 warrior deck last season. I had to look up that post and use the deck. I'll adjust this one. Where was it? I know I saw it either yesterday or like off or recently. Where is this thing? I know it's not very far off of this deck list. Was I just dreaming? No, no, no. It was that guy who... Oh, thank you, Savitz. Very helpful. Okay, execute, shield slam, fire, war axe, armor smith, taskmaster, no owl? No owl. Shield block, acolyte of pain, BGH, despot, brawl, brawl. Sludge Belcher, Harrison Jones, Shield Maiden, Sylvanas, Dr. Boom, Gromish, Alex. Okay, it's literally this deck except with 2 brawls, which is alright, cool. Let me actually get the deck list up off to the side in 1 moment. Warrior control 3 point. Wait, am I at 3.8? Oh, wow. I've actually adjusted a lot of versions off screen. Brawl. What's better in your opinion, Ysera or Nefarian for Control Warrior? Look at the deck list. Really? You scum. Alright. Control Warrior. I asked your opinion, not some other guys. Okay, in my opinion, Ysera is better. In my opinion, whoever gets Legend 1 with a deck deserves to have the best opinion. Control Warrior, also known as Wallet Warrior, a deck that has stood the time. Okay, well that's it. Control Warrior, also known as Wallet Warrior, a deck that has stood the test of time. So, this deck has a very simple plan. It is to survive into the late game and then play its really, really big minions, which are easily going to 2-for-1 or 3-for-1 the opponent. It gets into the late game by playing very efficient removals such as Fiery Winx and Death Spite, and it will do a bunch of... It can kill big guys as well with Shield Block, Shield Slam, very efficient. It survives until the end, it plays its big guys, it crushes you with big guys if it survives. It does have some amount of AoE in the case of Brawl. This particular version has 2 Brawls in it because there's more dwarves to Brawl these days. You gotta make sure to cause those Grim Patrons to get in a fist fight. These games tend to go long, but they are straightforward. You aim to survive, and then you aim to play your big guys, and then your big guys crush his small guys.
Garrosh versus Magni.
Cosmodon! Victory or death!
In the early game, you're going to want to keep Fiery War Axe and Acolyte of Pain and Deathspite against pretty much everyone. Taskmaster Acolyte happens to be pretty good together here.
I'm so sorry, friend.
Greetings.
I'm so sorry, friend.
This deck does like getting matched up against
I'm so
warriors.
sorry, friend.
Reason being, if they are Patron Warrior, you're favored, and if they're Control Warrior, this deck is a little bit more on the
Speak to me.
value side, considering it runs Ysera. So it looks like this opponent is running a Patron deck. Execute is actually worth it on here. It's really important to know the opponent's deck. There's basically nothing important in that deck to execute, other than that card. This deck has its strengths against Patron Warrior because Patron Warrior often can do something along the lines of like 40 damage, 50 damage, but if you gain, say, 30 armor throughout the course of the game, then perhaps that's more armor than they can deal with.
Back to me.
Strike.
I almost hesitated attacking there because against Patron Warriors it is good to have them not draw too many cards off of the Battle Rage. Shield Maiden, Coin Shield Slam looks pretty good here. Or, yeah, that does look quite good. The other play is Deathspite. But the thing is, there's nothing bigger in that deck to actually Shield Slam.
I wonder.
Bring the pain.
I'll leave it open until I see slightly more information, I guess.
No problem.
As usual, follow the old adage of draw the cards and then make your decision. In this case, I am going to stick with that.
I can take
It develops a 5/5 threat on the board.
Strike.
Pass me that arc light spanner. Brace for impact.
Here, in order to develop a larger threat, I will attack and then Sludge Belcher instead of Death Spite. Since Death Spite would mean I couldn't play Sludge Belcher, and then I couldn't hit him as hard the next turn.
Brace for impact.
Strike.
I have no time for games.
So far, this is looking pretty good. Putting on a good amount of pressure. The patron deck very rarely has ways to clear a large amount of things.
Maybe.
I've got the Brawl just in case something goes horrifically wrong. And I'm gaining armor at a rapid pace. You can see his slight desperation as he battle rages for one card. Here's where I hope to draw the really big card like Ysera Alexstrasza, but no such luck this time.
Let none survive.
And looks like I'm going to be able to put on enough pressure for him to just topple over before he can do anything.
Charge forward.
I think.
A fight! Count me!
Armor made to fit.
One small thing to think about against Patron Warrior is that when your Sludge Belchers die, they do allow the Grim Patrons to easily split. But in this case I have two, and it feels like it would be kind of difficult to get past them all. They'll do whatever patron things, whatever.
Everyone! Get in here! Everyone!
It's all very cute. Getting a lot of armor. They're gonna have damage someday. Maybe I can steal a patron and become the Grim Patron Warrior.
Everyone! Get in here! Everyone! Get in here! Everyone! Get in here! Everyone! Get in here!
Okay, so I have 14, he's at 25. I think this is a time for Brawl.
I wonder.
Yes, it is. Ding!
Brace for impact.
And then I shall become the Patron Warrior. Hopefully. Oh, Sylvanas won. Well, that's pretty good too.
I must choose.
Okay. That actually might be worse than a patron winning because I can actually trigger more patrons, and here if he just what's the word? If he just axes this, I don't get much. Or if he does execute or some such. Here's Sarah. The opponent should have no way to deal with that.
Let none survive.
Huh.
Let none survive.
Execute, I guess, again.
I dream and the world trembles.
Hopefully he doesn't have the execute on hand right now. Looks like he doesn't. Sarah will find some nice gifts for me moving forward. Some goodies. It is worth playing Alexstrasza here, instead of saving it for if something goes horribly wrong. I would Alexstrasza his face, but I drew Dr. Boom, which seems like a better play.
I gotta move. So many choices.
Alright, I have 7, 8, 9, 13. He's at 17, so this is guaranteed lethal. 11, 15, and then Boombots will hopefully deal 2 damage, at least.
You got me.
Got him. That was pretty straightforward and easy. Could also dream back Taskmaster or whatever.
Garrosh versus Rexar.
Warrior versus Hunter. A good kind of different game than the previous one. Hunters are generally out to kill you. It is worth mentioning though that the Hunter is, if it's face Hunter, the control warrior is strongly favored, but if it's mid-range Hunter, I think the warrior is unfavored. Since the mid-range Hunter minions are so troublesome to deal with. Mid-range Hunter can just outvalue with their minions when it comes to Shredder and Savannah Highmane. And they just put up enough presence on the board to they don't kill you too quickly, but near the end the damage ramps up a lot. Looks like a slow start. But again, this will be played in a fairly straightforward fashion, where In some ways,
Get in there and fight, maggot!
I don't want to say this is a straightforward deck, but in some ways it is. You play stuff on curve, it looks pretty clear that this is going to be 5, 6, 7, 8. Hopefully he plays a weapon.
To work!
Go and axe that. Hopefully no spiders come up. No snakes, I mean. No snakes, hooray. Only one secret. It's probably freezing trap.
Well played.
Nice that I'm going to get my Taskmaster frozen.
No problem.
Or we'll see if it's explosive, I guess. Freezing, as expected. I will play the Death Bite ahead of time, because I will not be able to play anything other than these exact 3 cards the next 3 turns. Mostly. What? Skill command generally doesn't come this early, because that's the way you want to finish them. At this turn he wanted to play a threat instead, but he must have no threats.
I can do it.
This is where the scary Savannah Highmane usually comes out. I don't really have an answer to that right now. That's a lot less scary. I'm happy.
Brace for impact.
This is actually a decision. I could gain 4 health by attacking this and then sacrificing this, but I think the 5/3 on the board will be worth more. A 5/3 to pay 4 health for. Easy, not always an easy decision, but when I have this much health, easier to make. Give a little bit of pause to him kill commanding me earlier. It means the 3 cards in his hand weren't minions, which he would have preferred to play, probably.
To my side.
No more damage for me, but I am going to armor up each turn. I actually don't think I need to Whirlwind. I'll just use both bombs and hopefully kill enough.
Brace for impact.
I do really want to armor up this turn. It might be worth using the 7/7 instead of the 5/3. Yeah. Darn. 5/3 going into the 1/1. Yeah. At this point, every single point of health for me is pretty precious.
Brace for impact.
Hold on.
Brace
Fine.
for impact.
It was worth calculating on whether or not I would have lethal with the attack first. So this is going to be 10, 17, 22, 26, which means I have lethal either way. So it is best to remove the dog to remove the chances that I lose the game off of that. Pow.
Garrosh versus Malfurion.
I must protect the world. Victory or death!
Druid is often said to be a bad matchup for Warrior as well. Not unwinnable, it's just that sometimes they can get a start quick enough that the Warrior cannot catch up. But as usual, it's a mulligan for Fiery War Axe, Deathspite, and Acolyte of Pain, and then usually play cards on curve. Hopefully survive.
My greetings. Greetings.
Armor made to fit.
The Armor Smith is very unimportant in this game. Oh, he top decked Wild Growth. That's unfortunate. I think I'm going to Taskmaster the Armor Smith here. It adds some more threat to the board.
Strike.
I was originally thinking of a plan around Armor Up into Armor Up Taskmaster, but going a little bit faster might be to my benefit. So 5, 6, 7 looks pretty straightforward. Hopefully it is fast enough to deal with his play.
No problem. I wonder.
This might look quite straightforward, where the Control Warrior simply uses the early game to defend himself and then plays on curve the big threats. And this does look simplified, but there is a certain bit of artistry to just living an extra turn, realizing what things you need to actually answer and when and how you're going to answer them. This is a pretty good result for me, where the 2-2 and the 1-2 get that, and I get to play a Thorson. Ancient of Lore is definitely one big advantage that Druids have on Warriors. A threat and 2 additional cards. His hand can keep going on for a while. That's a lot of cards. The only thing going for me right now is I have a very high life total. Which is something, but... yeah. Something that would be nice is if you didn't have a big game hunter right now.
I've got the beast in my sight. I'm waiting for no one.
Unfortunate. But a guy can dream. And I'll execute that, and I suppose I can clear the board.
No.
As a side note, always make sure to attack first and value armor, because armor does go into shield slam power. Your opponent with 8 cards, one of which is the coin, so only 7. Me with 4 cards, looks like I'm going to run out. And that is a pain. Come on, boom bot. Okay. That's something at least.
Nox Ramus is ours.
I bring life.
A lot of the time when Control Warrior is facing off against Druid, it'll come down to whether or not they can combo you out of the game. With that many cards, I have to assume he does have the Force and Savage combo. It's 14 plus 3 plus 2, so that's 20 damage.
Safeguard the land.
That actually ate up a lot of cards, so my position looks a lot better now. Maybe I can just outlast him. There will hopefully be a time in which he overcommits, and then I brawl. It's kind of tough to overcommit with the way that Druid is designed, but maybe.
What to do?
Because basically the most he can really play is 2 more cards, which cost 5 mana apiece. And that wouldn't be a fantastic brawl.
Where shall I strike? Time waits for no one.
What I can do is play a Sludge Belcher, delay him, he plays 2 more cards maybe, and then I brawl it.
I must safeguard the land.
One thing that I now have these 2 cards in hand together. Watch out for opportunities to Cruel Taskmaster and BGH something of the opponents. That happens.
Back to work.
Brace for impact.
This is where the Ysera is going to be the card which might carry me through. He's also low enough that it's possible Gromish will do the job.
I wonder.
More cards? Yeah.
I'm waiting for no one.
I do have to remove those guys because they provide a buff to... Savage Roar provides a buff to anything.
No problem.
That belongs in a museum.
Who dares defy this ancient land?
That's not enough to brawl. The Fiery War Axe is a little bit nice because otherwise, let's see, 14, 19, 21, 23, 25, 27, 20. It would have done 29 damage with the combo. Not that 29 would have been enough.
By the power of Ragnarok,
Oh dear.
I have the power!
I see.
Okay, this is actually a little bit of a good result for me. Because now I can brawl a pretty good board. And the other one. Ding. Ding. Hopefully, Dr. Boom wins. It's a pretty good result, too. I've been really card starved, so this could be really good. Big Game Hunter is not going to... Oh, here we go. Or Savage. It's probably enough, right? Yep. Added a swipe, why not? That was a trail of agony and pain. I think that one just took a long time and didn't really instruct of anything, so we'll cut that one from the series.
Garrosh versus Malfurion.
I must protect the one.
Victory or death!
A Druid, this tends to be one of the worst matchups for Warrior because oftentimes they're able to do enough damage with the early game ramp into the Shredder into just finishing you off with Force and Savage. So you have to hope that they have a little bit of a slower start with no wild growth. And in this case, hooray. Oh, he actually didn't attack me because he thinks that I might be Grim Patron Warrior, which is a little bit funny. Not attacking is not a mistake because if I were Grim Patron Warrior, then I could play Battle Rage and then draw cards. Oftentimes it's really tough to know whether or not your opponent is playing a Grim Patron Warrior or is playing the Control Warrior for quite some time. This will usually give it away though.
Strike.
Playing the Deathbite is good because I have the Acolyte of Pain to follow it up. The opponent did go with a 3 and a 4, so even though he doesn't have
Strike.
wild growth, this is still looking like a fine curve from him. But I also have a reasonable curve.
That belongs in a museum.
Oh, that's really bad for me. You often get into this kind of situation against a Druid where, well, I guess this isn't the worst. Like, I'm not getting beat down by Shredders and company. Been able to handle them. That Harrison. Oh man, that Harrison though. Harrison is a really painful 3-for-1.
What to do?
I still haven't played the Acolyte of Pain yet because it is a major goal to draw 2 cards at least with the Acolyte of Pain. If you just play it, you might draw 0 cards with it as he keepers it, and then you have nothing.
Excuse me. Excuse me.
Alright. It's hidden behind the Sludge Vulture, so there is the chance that it contributes. There's a chance that it does nothing other than take a keeper also. But in this case, looks like I need to take a little bit of a risk.
What to do? I wonder. Time waits for no one. Where shall I strike?
Well, that's a little bit of good news. The Acolyte of Pain actually did survive and can do something. Hopefully it actually has something useful to do. It does not. I was thinking that it would be used with Execute. That's not bad. Do I want to brawl this?
I wonder.
Not really. Taking 15 is a bit too heavy. The best case is I draw on the shield sign with the shield block.
I wonder.
Could also just brawl and hope the Acolyte wins. That'd be the dream.
I must choose.
Too unlikely. I'll take the card, and then I'll brawl, and then I'll execute.
Bring pain.
Never mind.
I wonder.
Can actually use the Gromish to clear a guy, and that's worth it here.
My blade. What to do?
The brawl isn't very good in this situation, needless to say. It's really tough to find... Brawl is just not great against Druid. It's tough to find a situation where they have that much stuff and they're not killing you with Savage Roar. This is a tough position to be in right now.
Time waits for no one.
If he has to use most of his turn to deal with this, that turns out to be really good for me, though.
have no time for games.
Very problematic. There was the play of killing that and then BGHing my boom, but that doesn't seem to be very good. I'll just take it slow. My hand is really slow. This might take out both of their guys.
I've got the beast in my sight.
And in the case where I have no guys, I've got a brawl here. Great. But this is the problem with Warrior against Trude. Even though he's done not that much damage to me, that is just one more turn and it'll be enough to constantly threaten me with Force Savage.
I wonder. What to do?
Time waits for no one. A natural.
A very ponderous turn. Force Savage, 14, 19, 23. It's 27 damage. So if I play Alex Strauss, I mean, it's a pretty... Obviously you suspect he has Force Savage, and you even doubly suspect it because his play was really weak this turn, which indicates that his hand is mostly spells, something to finish me. I could play Shield Maiden Armor up, and that puts me out of lethal range, but I don't really see myself winning from that position.
I wonder.
That's why I seriously consider Alex Strauss, even though I think the chances of me losing right after playing Alex Strauss are very, very high. The reason is you can kind of look at the flow of the game and see that if Shield Maiden is played, doesn't really look like I'll be able to come back anyways. I changed my mind. I should have played Shield Maiden. We'll cut this one out too. This deck sucks against Druid. I don't know. It just didn't quite have enough oomph. When he Harrison my death fight, it was just too much. We'll just edit out this entire game. Didn't get lucky. He didn't have the combo, which is a really big surprise. In fact, his entire play from him, I mean, given last turn, he actually played it really badly then. Because
I will mourn your death.
Like, how does he even have these cards? It doesn't matter. Like, instead of, what is it, Shredder? You should just have played Dr. Boom the last turn. Probably, yeah. Or even something like Shredder's Sludge Belcher if you had it. Kind of unlucky to run into two druids. I suspect that this deck did well last month because there weren't that many druids.
Garrosh versus Gul'dan.
Your soul shall be mine. Victory!
Okay, Warlock. There was a time period, and of course, if the time periods ever shift such that Handlock is primarily played, where BGH was a keep against most Warlocks, but at this present time period, Zoo, Malagos, Warlock, other decks are popular enough that keeping a BGH is questionable. Looks like I actually ran into a Handlock though. Boo. I will aim to play both Armor Smiths next turn, trying to use the Armor Smiths in order to use an Execute on his turn 4 play. It is still possible that he's playing Malagos Warlock. Now it's Handlock though. And also the Zombie Chow has been eating away at my armor, which is really unfortunate, especially since I drew Shield Block. Anyways, both of these though, they're not a big deal in this matchup, and they enable the Execute. I wonder if I can possibly get enough armor. Yeah, to get that Drake. If he makes this attack into my Armor Smith, I will be able to just Shield Slam. He's chosen not to. I can gain 4 armor by double attacking. That's not enough.
Strike. Oh, strike.
This is enough armor right now to... Well, I'll probably be using Execute though. This is kind of a fortunate turn for me. Oh, this one, of course. One of the nice things about Ysera in this deck is that some of the Handlock players have cut the Siphon Soul from their deck. So, possibly one of the games where Ysera just goes unmatched. unchecked.
Let the pain speak to me.
Sarah Unleashed. In this matchup, it's often pretty important to have the burst of Grommash, so I find it very unlikely that I'll play it on turn 8. Hitting Dr. Boom and executing makes a lot of sense, but I do want to draw more cards. I'm going to actually do this. The second Brawl in this deck helps out quite a bit in this matchup.
My shield for Argus.
It's difficult to emphasize just how much the card draw is important here. And I suppose I would emphasize it by playing Acolyte and then task mastering the Acolyte. Just because I can take the damage, and the Brawl is going to be there to catch me back up. It is likely. That was a very passive play by him. Most likely he is playing around Brawl.
I bring life.
Here, take this. Usually you would want to avoid putting your opponent down at a low life total, but fortunately I not only have Brawl, I have 2 of them. Hooray.
Your soul shall suffer.
Not bad, I get to execute that. And I think I'll play Sylvanas in. No, I'll play Emperor Thoris in. No, I'll play a Sarah. Ooh. Sweet, sweet cards. It's really difficult to actually play her. Might as well now. And this game, I think, demonstrates the choices that you can make in Control Warrior, at least sometimes. I've elected to take a lot of damage this game in order to be able to get my cards off. Let's see here. It looks like I have to shield block to survive, and then I probably play Sylvanas. Oh, hello.
I can take the hit.
One of the key things about Emperor Thaurissan in this deck is you're able to sometimes do some plays which are normally impossible, but become really good. For example, Sylvanas Brawl.
So many possibilities.
You face Jaraxxus, Eladal Lord of the Burning Legion!
One of the things that this deck often sets up is having a Death Spite and then having a Grommash, which threatens 14 damage. I have no doubt that the Warlock will be able to find some way to handle that this turn, probably through some method of taunts. I guess it's worth mentioning that Harrison Jones is really good against Jaraxxus, and oftentimes the deck, this particular matchup has its like flow to it, where Warrior just deals with a lot of the big cards from the hand block by having the answers at the right time. The executes, the shield slams, the brawls, and then the Warlock is forced into playing Jaraxxus, and then Warrior catches back up with Harrison. Tis the way it goes. Oftentimes. Alright, he's throwing everything at it. I think I will go Sylvanas Brawl here. Or maybe just Brawl and then Sylvanas. Unless I have lethal, which I do not.
I wonder.
It's gonna be Brawl first here. The good news is the opponent just played both Sun Fury Protectors, which means no more taunts. Oh, hello. Okay. Cool. Decklist, remember. Okay, this is me like thinking about deep in thought for a moment. Wasn't frozen, I was frozen. There's so many good decks out there. What do you play? Well, I will just continue to walk through a lot of different decks until I have to make a decision, I guess. Okay, I think I'll spend the last 20 minutes just kind of chilling. And I'm gonna leave for dinner today, since tomorrow I actually am participating in a tournament. HTC tournament again. And if the game is willing, I'll make it into the next day. It's single elimination, round of what, 16? Yeah. Let's see. Let's talk about sub mode versus not sub mode. During this kind of Trump teaching series, I haven't really been interactive with the chat because it's more of directing my specific conversation towards... It's more of a recording type thing. But I have like kept an eye on chat, and sometimes it's had some good ideas and questions, but like it's at the same time there's so much inane stuff which is expected, etc. It's tough. Like I tried part of me wants to just make it a really long slow mode, but then I was reminded yesterday people will just spam here's my message for the 300 seconds or whatever. So it's tough. I think what I'm probably ultimately going to do is go back to the ways, probably change the sub mode to like being higher than 10,000, but maybe I'll be a lot more responsive to the messages there. Because without like sub mode, there's no way to interact with this many people. For funsies, I will toss a straw poll of it. It doesn't really matter what the vote is because ultimately it's what I prefer, but for curiosity, I will go ahead and toss it. There you go, straw poll. I'll see what people think. And I'll spend the last 15 minutes just kind of asking things. I still have to fix that little submode notification thingy. It's a little bit too big of a font. Anyways, what's up, guys? What's happening? Let's see, is there Oh, I'll ask this. The only information I could find about Life is Strange Episode 4 is that it's coming out somewhere between the 7th and the 14th. Like, is that still the time frame? Or is it just coming out on the 7th? Or is there something else? Let's see. Life is Strange Episode 4. It's gotten a like, I found myself liking this game quite a bit. Mid-July is still what we know, only? Hearthstone expansion, July 22nd. It's still unknown whether or not it's actually an expansion or just an announcement of an expansion. It's like, was the announcement that there will be an expansion on the 22nd, or was it an announcement that there will be an announcement? Who knows? Oh, there's a link. What is this? We know a lot of you are asking about episode 4. We haven't announced a release date yet, but keep checking back for updates. Thanks. That's probably a game that'll actually play the day it comes out. Still hoping to see you pop in CSGO sometime as well. You missed it! I played it once, and then I swore to never stream it again, because people are too mean, and I suck too much. How are you feeling with Witcher 3? Well, it's a fun game. It's so big. I almost feel myself like asking, does the game actually have too much content? It's pretty crazy. If I weren't, I mean, I would be overjoyed with the game if I weren't so pressed for time, I guess. No, it's a very impressive game. Like, is that silly to say when a game actually has too much content? I think that's the first time I've ever possibly made that criticism. Did I read the Witcher books, played first and second game? No, I haven't done either of those. So that stands to say that the third game was a pretty good standalone. What's my assessment of Gwent? It's a fun side game. I fear that as I get better cards, that I will just crush my opponents. It's at least a little fun when it's challenging. But now that I have Yennefer, I kind of feel OP each time I play her. Thank you to all the people out there with Wait, how am I going to put this? Thanks for all the admirers out there. I wonder if I can announce something. I probably can't yet. You can ignore I just said that. I didn't say anything. Let's see. I guess I'll hold off on saying more. Thank you, Sizer, for the sub, as well as all the others there. Fire Dradden, Visage. There's so many things it could be. Wow. Are you going to put all of the Trump teachings on YouTube? Yeah, that's the intention. Are you excited for the next WoW expansion that will probably be announced at BlizzCon? First of all, I wasn't even aware that a new expansion was even that quick, and I suspect that's all speculation. But no, I don't think I'm that interested. As of now. I might be wowed out. Maybe. Will you be doing more Trump teachings next stream or Arena Ladder? It's likely going to be more Trump teachings. I need to climb the ladder. I'm hoping that this month I can get top 20, like every month, but hitting legend faster is going to make it more likely because I can try to go for a top rank at a quicker pace. Are you going to BlizzCon and or PAX this year? PAX Prime is still a maybe. I'm going to say it's more likely than not, but not guaranteed yet. I am going to TwitchCon and BlizzCon, and that's something I should put in my FAQ. What other games have you been considering streaming? All the ones on the list in the info there. Probably the most likely one, let me see, let me actually look at that for a bit. What is this list? Okay, so Life is Strange 4 is going to happen. Maybe a card game. What do you guys think of me playing that new Magic game that will come out? What is this called? Magic Duels Origins? Supposed to come out this month. Grand Theft Auto 5 sometime. Recently got... No. I have interest in playing The Walking Dead and Game of Thrones. Have I heard of Elder Scrolls Legends? Yeah, I actually I did see the trailer for it. I actually saw the Elder Scrolls Legends game against, what's the word? Against the Hearthstone, and it like looks exactly the same. That was pretty amazing. It was very scary, yeah? Do you think Patron needs a nerf? It's hard to say. Honestly, hard to say. Because so many decks right now are kind of built with the expectation of breaking even, or maybe even beating Patron. So it is Patron's fault for kind of warping it this badly, especially for tournaments, but who knows. What do you think of Shokugeki no Soma so far? It's really good. I rated it a 10, and I look forward to watching the latest episode tonight. Have you ever played Dark Souls? Yeah, I played Dark Souls 2. I streamed it. It's gone past the archive now, but it was a fun game. I liked it a lot. Replace Ysera with Nefarian and Controller? Yeah, sure. Knock yourself out. It's roughly the same card. Ysera has a slightly better late game value, Nefarian is slightly faster. They have their pros and cons. How hard is Patron Warrior to play? I mean, I don't know how to quantify it, but I think it's the hardest deck. Check the straw poll. It's roughly 50-50. More people actually voting for Subma, which is actually a little bit of a surprise to me. That's promising. Yeah, I think what I will end up doing is turning it on at roughly 15,000 plus or minus like 5,000, and they'll probably communicate more. Lost your love for WoW. What do you think will pull you back into an MMO? Any in the future you have your eyes on? I don't know, something different is all I'm going to say. And it's hard to quantify because I would need it to be something different in a way that I'm currently not thinking about. The only vague things that I can give are I like the economy in MMOs. Maybe it needs to be more like EVE Online, except more fun. Like, it's really hard to say. Now, I haven't played EVE Online yet, but I've heard of it. I do like how the EVE Online economy is like entirely player-driven, but it needs to be more fun. Like, I don't know what to say about it. It needs to be everything that EVE Online is, except more fun. Alright, that's it for me. So thanks for watching. Good night. Well... again. Don't know where, don't know when, but I know we'll meet again some. Can you explain more in depth what you mean by more fun? I have no idea. It needs to have no repetitive tasks. Just like you always do, till the blue skies drive the dark clouds far away. So will you please? It's okay, guys. During the sing-off, I still talk. The latest development. Yep. They'd be happy to know that do MMO called Albion Online? I've grown. What's the word? We'll meet again. I don't believe. Don't know where. Don't know. I have no belief, basically, in MMOs being fun anymore. It's like how can you make an MMO that isn't repetitive? It's impossible. But that's what I'm looking for. I guess that would be the answer then. I want an MMO which is not repetitive and is competitive and has a good economic system. Keep smiling through, just like you always do, till the blue skies drive the dark clouds far away. And is fun. So will you please say hello to the folks that I know? Tell them I won't be long. They'd be who should we watch now? It's a good question. I was singing this song. We'll meet again. Don't know when. Let's go for this chick. She's pretty cute. When, the MMO genre requires it to be repetitive, so it's kind of hard. Well, yeah, I know. I'm asking way too much. I don't think such a thing can be done. The question is like, how can it be done?